I'd like to call this meeting of the Lakota Board of Education to order today, April 28th. Adam, please call the roll.
Mr. D.
Here.
Ms. Casper.
Here.
Ms. French.
Here.
Mr. Horton.
Here.
Ms. Schaefer.
Here. Do you have a motion for approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Adam, please call the roll.
Ms. French.
Yes.
Mr. D.
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes. Mrs. French, if you could lead us in the pledge, please. All right. Welcome to everyone who is here this evening. We look forward to our student spotlights, which is usually who brings in the majority of our audience. So thank you for being here. Just a couple dates. I cannot believe it's less than a month away, but we have graduation May 22nd for East and May 23rd for West, and we look forward to celebrating all of our graduates. Doug and I will both have our own graduates to celebrate that night, so that'll be nice. Just a heads up also, on May 12th, which will be our next board meeting in the evening, we are going to change our listening session time just for that one session to 4:30 in order to be able to celebrate our retirees. We're going to have a reception for all of our retirees this year, and we'll start that at 5, so everyone is invited to come and celebrate any of our retirees at that time. And I think that's it. So, Dr. Whiteley.
As you mentioned, graduation is very close upon us, and so I wanted to take a moment just to recognize some very high honors in our district. If you go to awards night, we have such impressive students, but of particular note are our valedictorian and salutatorian in each of the high schools. So at Lakota East, our valedictorian is Luke Huggins, who is finishing his high school career with an impressive 4.9371 GPA. And Lakota West valedictorian is Ashanvi Karthikeyan, and that GPA is 5.0372. And then for salutatorians, Lakota East salutatorian is Jackie Griggs, who earned a GPA of 4.9228. And the West salutatorian is Prithika Padmanabhan, who is graduating with a 4.9375. So I cannot wait to see those students and hear from those students the speeches that they'll give at graduation. It's just such an exciting time, and it's hard to believe that May is here, pretty much. Just a couple other things that I want to draw our attention to. Lots going on, again, in the district, but recently several of us had the opportunity to attend the Barbasoo Awards that really highlight the spirit of volunteerism in our community, and we are nothing without our volunteers. So I want to say that to our parents, to our guardians, everyone in our community that commit their time and their love and their dedication, not only to our buildings, but Lakota local schools. Again, we had multiple winners, all super very deserving, but again, at the district winner level was Alyssa Luigi. Again, just thankful to each and everybody's service. We could not get through this year or future years without volunteers, and I know Mr. Horton often says, just a reminder to volunteer, even with the month of school left, you can still do that. I was just talking to someone in the audience about that. And then last but not least, although I will certainly recognize it in our personnel section of the agenda, I did want to give a shout out to Miss Tanisha Smith, who is in our audience there. She is going to be our new Liberty Early Childhood School principal. We are super excited to have her here, and I just wanted to draw attention to her before we get to the personnel file later in the agenda. So welcome. We are super excited for you to be a Liberty Leopard.
Fabulous. All right. Is that all? Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Zink.
Well, we've had an exciting time with our House Bill 96. It's now turned to Sub-House Bill 96, so we have a little bit of a forecast presentation to go over the draft of that here in a little while, and we will touch more on that. Lots of changes, lots of implications, and lots of things that we are going to, more so than in the past, need to be aware of, need to plan for, and need to navigate. So I look forward to talking more about that here in just a little bit.
Great. And with that, we'll move to our student spotlight. If I could call up Mrs. Fuller and her team and students and staff, please. We'll start with Rich Jr. first, and then we'll, oh.
Good evening. Tonight we're shining the spotlight on English language arts and fine arts. We're going to start with Ridge Junior School and the Rain Barrel Art Project. For several years now, teacher Amy Pantalone has encouraged her students to submit a design for the Cincinnati Zoo fundraiser that benefits Save Local Waters. Tonight, Mrs. Pantalone is joined by Kira Subit to share more about the creation of their rain barrels.
Well, thank you for having us. It's always an awesome opportunity to showcase the arts, and we're really proud of the arts program at Ridge. As Betsy mentioned, we've participated in this zoo program for probably, I think this is the 8th year. You submit designs, and they choose up to 40 designs, and each year that Ridge has participated, we've had rain barrels. This year we had 2 of them, one of which was made by Kira. She's going to talk a little bit about the process of how you go about coming up with an idea, transferring it onto paper, and then painting it on a giant round canvas. I did get an update. These rain barrels are auctioned to the public, and the money raised from them goes to fund educational programs at the zoo and conservation programs in the area. And this year they raised right about $12,000. Our proceeds from Ridge Junior was just at $700, which is right on par with all of the other artist earnings from auctioning off their barrels. And considering that they went up auctioning with professional artists in the community, college students, high school students, it's a real testament to the talent we have at Ridge. So I'll let Kira talk about the process, and she's happy to take questions.
So starting off the process, I decided to do an idea that was like local, so like Kings Island. So I did, when I submitted my idea, I was super excited to figure out that I had was one of the 40 winners. So once I took that idea, I started by sanding the rain barrel, which had been delivered to us. We had to go pick it up. It was delivered to the zoo, and we had to sand it because it was a little bit jagged. So after I sanded it, I decided to start like plotting out the idea of designing the city part. So we had to like measure certain things to make sure it was like exactly even. And after that, we started doing like fine like layers of paint and then going over and over it to make it like shine, so it wasn't like, you know, like dull when it was in the zoo. So that's it on display, and in the zoo it shines because we added a clear coat at the end, which really helps sparkle. So overall, it was a really amazing process, and I had a lot of fun doing it because it was like really interesting to transform from doing a piece of art on paper to doing such a big project in such like a limited time over my 8th grade year. It just like really made like a great impact, I feel like, in my art career.
Wow, that looks wonderful.
Anybody have any
Yeah, I'm open to answer any questions.
All right, anyone want to start?
Sorry, what grade are you again?
Kira Subit.
No, what grade?
Oh, 8th grade.
8th grade. All right. That's awesome. I am very proud to see your work, and I'm sure your parents are very proud as well. And I want to let you know that on this side of the table, we are very, very proud. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
representing us well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm curious, Kira, how long did it take you to complete?
Oh, it took me about, I'd say in total about 48 hours between school days to working, maybe a little bit longer depending on how much clear coat we put on it. But yeah, it was over a lot of days, over school hours. I worked on it a few times after school because I happened to be doing drama club at that time. So yeah, close to 48 hours.
One thing she's not mentioning is she also was the lead in the school play that was happening at the same time.
Wow.
So she's no shortage of talent there. But also it was after art class was already over. It's a semester class, so she had to devote her own personal time accompanying it. So.
Multi-talented.
Yeah.
Really impressive work. I have a rain barrel that I just tried to spray paint, and it turned out terrible. So
It's okay.
I may ask for some tips, or maybe auction for next year. I'll go to auction for a better option. But really impressive.
Thank you.
Carrie, you mentioned the difference between like translating from paper to, you know, the rain barrel surface.
Yeah.
What was the biggest difference that you were like, oh, I hadn't thought about that, or that surprised me?
I hadn't noticed before that, say you have your piece of paper, it looks so small. You have to connect it fully on the other side so it doesn't just like end on one side like a piece of paper. It goes around in a circle. And you also have to like make it perfect so it like is perfectly dimensional, if you know what I mean. Like it's not like the one building's not too high and one's not too short, or one roller coaster is not too high. So
It's
I feel like
beautiful. I love the
Thank
colors.
you.
It's beautiful, and I love the little birds in the.
So that's actually, we had two, and Sarita couldn't be here tonight, but that's the second
Those are
rainbow
all
that we had.
beautiful.
So they're both very, very beautiful.
That's pretty.
Carrie, your rain barrel is beautiful.
Thank
You're a
you.
very talented artist.
thank you.
I love all the different depictions of Kings Island on there, all the way down to the blue ice cream,
Yes.
which I think is like 90% of
That was my
every
favorite
kid's
part.
favorite part. It's beautiful. Great job.
Thank you.
That was my observation as well, the blue ice cream being very prominent because that is the iconic Kings Island symbol. Was Kings Island your only idea, or did you have other ideas and you picked Kings Island?
I had an idea that I hadn't really like did on paper yet. It was about red pandas. And like, since they have them at the zoo, I was thinking that, but then I decided I feel like Kings Island would be like better because there's more I could do with that idea.
Yeah, you did an amazing job.
Thank you.
Mr. Zink, any thoughts?
I was really excited to hear we had a rain barrel coming tonight, because I have seen the rain barrels when walking around the zoo. Now that I have little kids, we do the zoo a lot, and I really liked looking at them. So to see this, I was really excited to see it tonight. So congratulations for being selected.
Thank you.
I'm curious if you know where your rain barrel is now. Do you know who the purchaser was?
I don't know. The last I saw it, it was on the bridge, like right there. But
Yeah, these do get auctioned to the public, and they will come out with a list, and they ask whoever gets it if they're okay with letting us know where it lands. They haven't tied all that information together yet, but a lot of times you can find out where it is, and sometimes they'll even invite the artist to come look at it, so.
I was a little curious if Kings Island was going to pick it up and display it at Kings Island, because it would be a great representation.
We'll follow up if we.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations. That was wonderful. We'd love to take a photo with you if you would be so inclined to join us up front.
Where do you get it? Just everywhere?
Kittyland. I see it all the time over in Kittyland. Yeah.
I was like, I've never seen
Like this.
it. Adam.
Yeah.
These are my kids have never had blue ice cream.
I'd like to invite Hopewell Jr. to come on up.
Of course. I'm buying them blue ice cream for their birthdays.
So next up is Hopewell Jr.'s advanced ELA class with Tanya Weber. When reading Anne Frank and learning about the Holocaust, Mrs. Weber's students took a page from Rich Jr.'s book and created a Holocaust museum with groups of students presenting projects that showcased what they learned. Tonight, Mrs. Weber is joined by students Nathan Lee, Brooklyn A. Lusencourt, and Savannah Marshall to share more about their project.
Good evening. They're cracking me up because they're super, super nervous to get up here. So in Lakota, eighth graders across the district always read the drama version of the Diary of Anne Frank. And this year I was kind of looking for something new and different to do as an extension to the text. So I started looking back at our new curriculum documents and noticed that at Ridge, for years, they've done the Holocaust Museum. So I reached out to somebody that I know teaches there. She shared the project with me. I made a few tweaks and decided to try it out with my 3 advanced language arts classes. It ended up being a great decision because their projects in the end far exceeded my expectations. So I have 3 students here with me from my 4th period advanced class, and they're going to share a little bit about the project and what they did.
Hi, my name is Brooklyn A. So for our Holocaust projects, to wrap it up, we had to do 3 different projects. We had to do 2 individual and 1 group. I'm going to be talking about our group. So for our group project, we had to do a trifold board, and our topic was concentration camps. We did 3 different concentration camps. We did Bergen-Belsen, Birkenwald, and Westerbork. Each section of our poster had their own section. And now I'm going to be introducing Savannah, who's going to talk about our personal projects.
Hi, I'm Savannah. I did Westerbork concentration camp because that's originally where the Frank family was. And so for my personal project, we got to pick from a list, or you could create your own. I did a newspaper, and I did the Westerbork Post because after researching it, I learned that the prisoners at the camp were the ones that wrote it during their little free time with their little supplies that they had. And it was another way that they communicated with each other during their harsh times, which I thought was really interesting because I'd never heard about a different camp doing that. So me looking into it, I realized that the Westerbork Post was another way that they held hope going through the concentration camp, and they looked forward to writing what they could. Now I'm going to pass it on to Nathan.
Hi, my name is Nathan. For my individual project of choice, I chose to make a model. The concentration camp that I chose to make was Buchenwald. The materials I used to build it were an insulation board, sand, paint, plaster, paint, wood dowels, glue, and I tried to replicate it the best that I could. Though the Frank family was not at the Buchenwald camp, the other family in the play, the Anne Frank play, actually were sent to the concentration camp later on in the play. Yeah.
For my personal project, I did the journal entries. I did a journal entry in the point of views from Anne Frank, Peter, and Margot, which was Anne's sister. I burned mine to make them look weathered, and I put coffee on them as well.
All right, thank you. Wonderful job, everyone. All right, Christina, do you want to start with your thoughts?
Excellent job on your project. I can tell that this is something that really touched your heart to learn about. It definitely shows through in your projects and the time that you spend and your explanation of the things that you learned. My question was going to be what was the most interesting thing that you learned, but I think you shared that in your presentation. So thank you. You did a fabulous job.
Thank you.
I want to commend you on amazing work. I had the privilege to look at this or to see all the displays in person at Lakota Spotlight. And it was very, very powerful in person. The care and the quality that you guys put into developing the models and the letters especially, it was very important. And so for such a very important period of time in our history, as well as a powerful piece of literature, really appreciate you guys taking the time. I'm interested to get any one of you, any impressions on how you engaged with the play Anne Frank, the dramatization of Anne Frank versus your other books that you've read during class?
Well, I feel like the play of Anne Frank definitely gave us more point of views than a regular book, because most of the books that they say is Anne Frank's diary, where you just get Anne Frank's point of view mostly. And so I felt like the play definitely did a better job portraying the different perspectives of each character and their relationships with each other and how they each felt in their hiding spot and what happened with them.
To piggyback off of Savannah, I agree. It also showed the highs and lows and the positive and negatives that came out of them when they were hiding. and how they each bonded with each other. And that was kind of cool to see that they were turning something so horrific into something bright.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for highlighting this. It's an emotional part of history, and I believe a lot of people will be learning from you or from your research, and very pleased that you guys did that. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. Yes, you guys did an amazing job with those projects, and you could tell how hard you worked, especially that 3D model. That's amazing. But even having the idea of spilling the coffee to make it look like it's a little more worn and old, you just did a really, really nice job. Do you feel like doing this project gives you a better sense as you dive deeper into the Holocaust and what it was about?
I think so, especially when we got to choose our own projects. It gave us more of like a free will and like a different way for us to personally understand the Holocaust and everything that happened.
Great job, thank you.
I just want to thank you all for coming in tonight and taking time out of your evening to share these projects. That was really well done. Thank you.
You probably know I was an English teacher, so right, anytime that you can take a book and connect it personally, right, you find that connection that stays with you. And when I was listening to you talk, I read the same book about the time I was your age, and we had to do a project. And I chose sewing. I'm not a good sewer, okay? But one of my favorite quotes from that text is, towards the end, she says, despite everything, I still believe that people are good at heart, right? And I think that your heart shows in each of these projects, and I think that that's a book, and these projects themselves will stay with you for years, but these are fabulous, and I can see all the time and effort and emotion that you put in the connection to the piece of literature that you read, so awesome job.
Thank you, excellent work. I think many of us probably remember back in our days, many years ago, studying similar things, but we did not use nearly as many resources or tools, or I love the, it's writing, it's art, it's everything coming together. So Mrs. Weber, you mentioned that that this was kind of something new and different. So what is your takeaway from after you've tried something that was out of the box and sort of a comfort level for you to just try something new?
I mean, I foresee myself doing it with all of my classes again next year because it was such a success. They work together as a group, so just seeing them collaborate, and they use research skills. There was a writing component. Afterwards, when we set it up like a museum, half the kids went around to visit the other ones, and so there was a speaking component to it and a listening component. It just covered everything. So I thank you guys for making it work, and I think I'll continue doing it into my last year of teaching next year.
Oh. No.
Well, thank you, and if you would join us up front, we would love to also take a photo with all of you. Do you want to put your papers down? All right, and with that, we'll move into board reports, which will start with Butler Tech. You all hopefully are going to be able to make the all boards meeting that is on May 1st. We'll have an opportunity to see student showcases where the kids instead of doing conferences, like parent-teacher conferences, like they do at most schools, at Butler Tech, they do student showcases. So we'll have an opportunity to see some of those showcases where those students will be able to present. And all the culinary students, typically how they do it, which I'm gonna guess they're gonna do again this year, is they have them make their favorite dish that they made throughout the year. So we get to sample some very yummy treats. So come hungry if you come. So hopefully we'll see everyone there. And the district who watches the most showcases and fills out the most response cards wins the coveted trophy for the year, which Fairfield has taken that home 2 years in a row, so they need some competition. So we'll hope to see everyone there. At our last board meeting, we had students present from 3 different areas: cosmetology, aviation, and welding. They had all done a recent competition with Skills USA, so we got to see their presentation, so that's always nice. One of the things that was interesting is they've started a project with aviation. You know, we're building the new facility, so it's not done, but still in the interim, they've already started. It's called Tango Flight, and you partner with a company, and you're actually building a plane. So they give you the different parts, and you build that plane. There were a lot of jokes about who was going to test fly that the first time it goes up in the air. But it's great because they say it'll take 2 to 3 years, but at the end, the students will have accomplished building an actual plane that will go up in the air. So that'll be great to see. And again, we're just looking forward to having that aviation hub open. And then we talked a lot about the legislative pieces, which we all know plenty about here, so I won't go into any of that. Any questions about Butler Tech?
Yeah, I was there on the first, was it 24th?
Yeah.
I was there, I don't know what room we are presenting. I went to several rooms. I didn't know who I was going to watch.
Yeah,
Was
it's
there
any student. You could just go, like, when we went, you can just go see any student present. It's not like there was a specific room for Lakota students. It's just everyone's invited to see any student present.
Yeah, I was there for about an hour and a half, from room to room, looking for our students to see at least somebody from Lakota, so that I can say I'm proud of what they have done. I didn't get to see any of our students.
Oh, did you fill out any of the forms to give them
I gave it
feedback
back
on their
to them.
presentations?
I just gave it back to them. They gave me some coins. I don't know who to give to. I gave it back to them.
All right, any other questions? So when we go Thursday, hopefully if you go around to the different student showcases, they do give you cards when you come in to give the students feedback, because they want the students to grow in their presentation skills and have both constructive and positive feedback on those. You have an opportunity to fill that out, and then the coins are also if there's somebody who does a particularly good job, then you can present them with a coin so that they are getting that reinforcement. So. Now we'll move to community engagement.
As you can imagine, the bulk of our community engagement conversation is master's facility and how we are going to engage the community. We will start with a couple of sessions, visioning sessions with our high school and junior highs, not a design piece, just a piece to make sure that we are focusing on what education will look like as we build the buildings. And then Betsy and her team, along with the architect, community engagement person, are developing a very robust plan for our community to get involved when we get to that point. There will be a lot of opportunities, and it will be moving quickly. You may address more of that in a facilities update. But that's what's been the bulk of everything that we have done last month. And again, I know that Dr. Whiteley mentioned it, but we also want to congratulate all of our Barbassu winners. It was a great ceremony on Wednesday to be able to recognize them. Christina, do we have anything else? That was pretty much.
I think you covered it all.
All right.
All right, policy committee. I know we have our second reads tonight.
Really, I mean, we have policy coming up on Friday, as well as community engagement, but really since the last time, we're just in that first and second read cycle. I will draw our attention to also when we get to this portion as well, but one of the things, as you know, in our policy committees all year long, we have been working really hard to engage our community around our cell phone policy. We wanted that to be a very collaborative effort with our community. And in fact, it's up for first read and it's up for approval tonight, the final approval of that cell phone policy that we drafted with our community input. However, speaking of the budget bill and the House bill and the legislation that is ensuing, part of that upcoming bill that might be passed is that cell phones would be banned in all schools. There is a little bit of specific language around IEPs and 504s, but I just say that because what we might approve tonight, that's on the agenda to be approved, we might not really have any say in that as a community, and the legislation might impose their version of that policy on us. So even though I just wanted to preface, it is up for approval, what we as a community drafted and had input on, but pending legislation could change that with a communication plan, probably looking around June. That's when we anticipate that would be finalized so that we could communicate with our stakeholders in our community and our students and parents about what that will look like for 25-26.
And we're getting feedback from our associations that it is likely to pass.
Correct.
So, yeah. Last year, the legislation was that we should draft a policy and everyone had to have a policy. And then this year, now that everyone's done that, now this is what the policy will be. All right. Facilities?
As Ms. Casper mentioned, we are full steam ahead, keeping momentum around master facilities. Tomorrow, we do have a master facilities meeting. As you know, we have quorum meetings. We have subcommittees. Tomorrow is a quorum meeting, so all would be present, hopefully. And really, the brunt of that discussion tomorrow is the potential bond issue, meaning discussing that, talking about different aspects of that, the structure of that, the needed millage of that, and to decide ultimately if that is a step that we want to take, considering the master facilities plan. So that will be the brunt of tomorrow's quorum master facilities meeting. But in addition to that, really that communication piece is going to start to really overlay heavily with our community. Late May, we are looking to bring our parent groups together. We are still working on a solidified date. Our parent groups together to get them very well informed. We're also working on an FAQ from all of the wonderful questions that we received from the Thought Exchange. Thank you to all of those who put those there. Those are giving us a really healthy starting point about what questions our community has. So we're working on those. And then I would say probably, Ms. Fuller and I were discussing this today, probably looking in the summer, weekly engagement opportunities with our community that will really span different times of the day, morning, in the middle of the day, and in the evening, so that we can get as much stakeholder involvement as possible. And then depending on the fall and where we are, that could turn into maybe a couple of times a week so that we are engaging our community. Tomorrow at West in the Innovation Hub, we do have the first of our visioning sessions that Ms. Casper mentioned. Again, I really, just to reiterate what she said, this is about the educational lens, about what we want to do in our buildings and our impact on curriculum and instruction. The architect, the design, all of that will come later. So this is a smaller group kind of participating in that engagement, and then we will expand that to get different pieces around the actual design and facilities and structures themselves. So that is more to come. But definitely be on the lookout. Just like my listening sessions where we kind of produced a calendar of opportunities to engage, we will do the same thing around master facilities, and hopefully you'll see that really gearing up end of May on.
We also have Andy Brosart with Bradley Payne Advisors. We'll be at the meeting tomorrow to kind of go over some of the millage and how that could work. So he'll be there tomorrow morning.
He's our bond counsel, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Any other questions, discussion on that? Finance Committee, Adam?
Finance Committee, we have not met since April 3rd. It seems like a really, really long stretch. This was a long gap between meetings. So we started out at April 3rd with House Bill 96. We have since turned into Sub-House Bill 96. We went over some of the implications that at that time really was kind of new, some of the things that they had talked about that have since kind of grown a bit. So we've went over some of that, and then we went over forecast planning, which is where we're going to be going this evening, and then also kind of reviewed the department staffing and direction that we're going in. So, questions?
Thank you for that meeting. Doug and I got some good input. So with that, we'll move, no questions? We'll move to board professional development. Anyone have anything they'd like to share?
Sure. Yeah, as you all know, I attended CASBA. This CASBA this year was very, 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 very interesting. I attended up to 9 sessions, and I'm going to give you some highlights on, because of time, I'll just give you highlights on the most interesting ones. I attended up to 3 AI sessions, And from what I'm seeing, AI is taking over everything. The quicker we jump into it, the better. One of the sessions was branded environments in K-12 school design. It was presented by one school in Minnesota. I'm not going to give too details on that. Another one was empowering educator efficacy for students' success. The discussion on this one included the school's challenges with student performance, particularly in reading, and the strategies implemented to address these issues. Key strategies included investing in teacher training through the latest program, implementing professional learning committees, PLCs, and adjusting systems like MTS. The school that used this recorded a tremendous success. It's one of the schools in Minnesota. One is improving school board operations and capital planning. This is a story that was very, very interesting about one of the school districts in New Hampshire. They are focused on policy management and capital improvement planning. The board, this is most interesting. The board consisting of 13 members, overseeing a district with 6 towns and approximately 1,600 students. Can you imagine having 13 board members in a 1,600 student strength?
How many students? I'm sorry.
1,600.
1,600.
They have 13.
Dang.
But they have 13 board members.
What state was that in?
New
Hampshire.
Hampshire.
Oh.
Yeah. So the discussion highlights the board's efforts to streamline policy management through a structured approach, including use of Google Sheets. Can you imagine that? I mean, with AI. To track policy status and ensure compliance with state requirements. Very, very, very bogus and very, very detailed. I will never believe I will ever use that for anything. All right, then the one that really, okay. One is on leveraging AI in school board decision making and communication. Very important. If anybody wants to know more on that, I don't mind to share. But this is the one that interests me the most. Challenges and strategies in public school funding and advocacy. You know what we just went through recently regarding the e-voucher. The discussion focused on challenges faced by public schools in securing adequate funding, particularly in context of state and federal budget cuts and the rise of school choice initiatives. Key participants included representatives from Ohio, Tennessee, North Carolina, who shared their experiences with the state funding cuts, education vouchers, and the impact of school choice in public schools. The conversation highlighted the need for public schools to adopt business-like strategies to attract and retain students, such as improving customer service and marketing their strengths. I think it's almost like they were scratching me because that was one of the things I said. I said the challenge we have right now on the e-voucher is it's time for us to step up and focus more on our strength. If we do that, we'll be able to attract and retain our students. So I believe that even though we know right now we're going to be fighting joining the union, but I still stand like some of our colleagues here that believe that if we market ourselves, focus on students' achievement, we're going to be able to get through all this. One other point that was stated there that interests me also is the federal funding still follows the district. The taxpayers still follow the district. It's only the state funding that follows the student. So no matter what, we're still on an advantage. So that's what my takeaway from that.
All right, anybody else on professional development?
We did go to the legislative conference a couple of weeks ago, you and I and Adam, just on the budget. It was a budget explanation, and we talked to some legislators on the panel. And then by the time we came home, everything had changed. So, but no, we did have an opportunity to hear from some legislators on their thoughts on school funding and the budget, and I personally didn't hear anything that I really didn't already know, which was a little disappointing, but it's always good to go and listen to what they have to say.
Yeah, it was the same time as the naturalization ceremony, so some of the board chose to do the naturalization ceremony. Some of us went to the legislative conference so we could get everything covered, but yeah, it was interesting. And then there was also an opportunity to visit Xenia schools. They've recently built a brand new middle school, and it felt very reminiscent of what we hope to see in the future, because right next to the school, it was a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade building. Each grade level had a floor, and then there was a building right next door that was halfway knocked down. You could still see some bookshelves and some different things through the wide open walls, but it was great. And the most interesting thing that they spoke about at that session was the impact that it's had not only on student achievement, but also the impact it's had on discipline. And they had moved mid-year, so it was the same group of kids. So you can't say, it was year to year, anything that was different since they'd moved over the winter break. But they said it had had a significant impact on the whole climate within the building and what they've been able to achieve since then. So I thought it was very helpful.
And as simple as the hallways are wider.
Yeah.
So people aren't, bumping into each other, and there's more spaces for them to eat lunch that's not the traditional sitting at a table. And so it was very impressive, the way that, not the fact that they moved on winter break was phenomenal.
And just, again, as we've talked about how we want flexibility, during our facilities meeting, a lot of flexible space. Like pretty much every space there were a lot of walls that were flexible. There were a lot of spaces that were used not only for some type of assembly, but also for eating. So it was a great use of space that they had managed. We said you're going to know in 50 years what buildings were built during this time, because they all have learning stairs.
All of them.
So, all right. Anything else anyone would like to share? Hearing nothing, we'll move to Mr. Zane.
I did want to add before we move on.
Oh.
In the committee, we have the dates on there. I did for the subcommittee. I kind of left it. I tried to do a different shade of font that way, because we've noticed through May, and then we'll notice because there's so many, so we can avoid hopefully some cancellations. So
Great. And we're going to talk about dates tomorrow for the quorum meetings and subcommittee meetings for facilities, just to make sure that we don't have any meetings that people get there and we can't go forward because too many people are on vacation.
We have the forecast presentation.
All right.
Am I coming down okay? All right, perfect. Okay, so it's that time of year again. We are back to almost May. Who would have thought that we could be here already? So we'll go over the draft of the forecast. I've printed this off. It's also on the board docs if anyone would like to review. And we'll go through kind of where we're at this moment. So again, this is just the draft. We will go over this again on May 6th at the board work session, and then we'll have it up for approval at May 12th. That'll be our last meeting in May. We'll go over some of the revenue, expense, and then changes as well as planning. So why do we do a 5-year forecast? We do the 5-year forecast because it shows 3 years of historical actual numbers, and then it also shows 5 years of our estimates. There are some questions about House Bill 96, maybe changing this to a 3-year. However, I believe that it's still a good planning tool to go with 5, just because it will help us to kind of see some of the trends where they're headed, even though we know that years 4 and 5 out may not have quite the same level of accuracy. But that helps with our administrative team, helps with the board, helps with everybody to be able to kind of see what plans are coming up and how we can decide on what we would like to see happen, what we would like to do, and go from there. It keeps everybody in the loop, and this is also a legal requirement. The Auditor State's Office reviews this as well. So on the revenue side of things, we did increase just slightly in this version that you have in front of you, slightly from the November forecast. We've seen ADM change from, I took a snapshot of the April number 2 state settlement compared to this year compared to last to see what the changes were. We've actually seen a positive impact in some of our component fundings, which is where we knew that we needed to catch some additional dollars due to the economically disadvantaged and our English learners. Now, these are also kind of viewed as an in and an out because these are extra dollars that are geared toward additional supports for these students from the state. Then we've also received our actual property tax. This is the first half settlement from tax year 24, which collects in 25. We have so many calendars that we have to juggle. But with that, we collected $66.7 million, and our November estimates were under by $75,000 compared to where the actuals came through. I was actually very thrilled by that. We can't really control this. It's very dependent on how it comes in, but there's some components of the homestead rollbacks and things like that that it helps us to know that we're dialed in. You don't necessarily, a shorter collection in the first half can result in a larger collection in the second half because the theory is it all comes out in the tax year. But it just kind of says that we're calibrated. Now, we did have a little bit of a surprise on our public utility collection. That actually came in $390,000 less than what we had anticipated. That's really a pretty big surprise. Those are usually viewed as a pretty consistent collection. However, we did know that we had a Duke dispute coming. We had that forecasted in with a little bit of a holdback of the value. What they'll do is they'll make a tender payment. So they're still making a tender payment, which is actually a good thing because then when they go through the dispute process, if they didn't do a tender payment and they paid based on the values, they're paying based on what they're requesting the values to be. If they paid on the whole, then that could result in us owing money back at a time that who knows where we're going to be. So they're making that as a tender payment. Therefore, whenever the time comes, pending what the Department of Tax decides, we would either then receive a windfall. And so we're tracking where we think the number is. I did show the county auditor's office what I was seeing, and they said that they couldn't help because it could be viewed as tampering with a case. So what we'll do is when we get to the second half settlement, we'll take the total based on the value we had, which is where the collection is. Last year, for example, we were only off around $100. So we can usually view this to be a pretty solid calculation. We'll take that and we'll back into the value to see roughly where they're short paying us, so that we can keep tracking that so that if the dispute did not go in favor of Duke, then we'll know about what that windfall would look like and have a better grasp of when the timing may hit. So that was something that was a bit of a surprise with this collection. Everything else came in pretty close. On the expense side, we had a major change going on within the salaries. When we initially had done the 5-year forecast in November, we had estimated 24 retirees. We're up now to a 72, and it could be potentially a lot more. The good news about that is that helps to balance out the wages. We can take some people off the higher end of our schedule and bring some people in at the lower end of the schedule to help kind of stabilize the wages over a longer period of time. But that was a bit of a surprise because they went from a 35 to a 33 to now a 32, which is, it really kind of surprises me that they would make those two changes in the same year. It kind of makes me wonder why, but I guess they have that figured out at STRS. That's not something that we can control. So potentially there could be a little bit more retirees. That would result in an increased severance liability. That's part of our negotiated agreements. That would increase the severance liability for this year, but then it would result in a decrease of the wages in following years. So that'll kind of offset it, just it takes a little time. Benefit side, we have seen some of the plan changes we made. We switched to a pharmaceutical. A new pharmaceutical carrier, that has resulted in right on schedule with what the projections were that they had, which is a pleasant surprise. It was a little bit of a shock. Some of the higher end meds that we have, they now come out of Canada, which it was at a reduced cost. I really had a concern with the tariffs and everything when all that was going on, if that may then hurt the way our pharmaceuticals came in, but that seems to be holding. In future years, however, they did say that we might want to look, instead of a 4, we had a 4 forecasted out, they said maybe more like a 6. So this does reflect a 6% year-over-year increase for fiscals 27, 28, and 29. So that was a little bit of an increase. And then on the programming side, as always, we're going to keep an eye on our transportations, the supports, that's our purchase services, the contracted out staff that we have. and curricular. We have a curricular cycle. We'll work through prior to the final run of this and make sure that we have everything paced out and scheduled and get better estimates on where those costs are coming in. So changes from the November submission, as mentioned, the state aid, due to the enrollments, we have had a little bit of an increase there, which has been a wonderful thing. Then on the other revenues, we've had interest is a little bit of a decrease, as well as the state tuitions. Now, the state tuitions is kind of like the component funding. When we're receiving less state tuitions, we also see a little bit less on the tuition expense out. So that's kind of offset a little bit. Then on the expense side with the retirements, that's going to be something that as we can hopefully get a little bit firmer numbers, we'll be able to forecast that in. And again, keep in mind the forecast, this was actually mentioned today, the forecast is only capturing our general fund staff. So even though we do have more retirees, if they're retirees that are paid out of different funds, they wouldn't have although they would be a retiree, they would have an impact on the severance. They wouldn't have the impact on the forecast as far as those wages were concerned. And then on the programming, also, as you can see, we have, sorry, I missed one. I realized that as soon as I said the facilities. Facilities, when we're looking at the Master Facilities Project, we need to be very cognizant of the impact it could have on fiscal 29. This forecast does have a levy modeled in fiscal 29. You will see that at the bottom section of the forecast. That's reflective of a 3.2 mil, and that is to get us above the current 90-day cash policy that we have at this time. So that is new to this forecast. That's something that we, per policy, need to stay above 90 days, so we will keep moving this. We'll either offset it with potential savings due to redistribution of programs, or we will modify what that amount could look like as new values and things come available to us. So again, that would be fiscal 29. We're talking all the way out to November of 28, fiscal year 29. So there's many forecasts that will be approved between here and there. Let's not get terribly excited about that. But it's something that I want everybody to be aware of. So that was up in the revenue section. That is additional revenue that's showing up in fiscal year 29 at the bottom of that forecast. So again, the facilities, there is a very, very large potential for, once we would be able to get this facility project off the ground, once we would be able to get the funding approved for that, then we'll be able to bring in a lot better assumptions into the forecast on how the operational savings will be able to offset what that looks like, with the goal, of course, being to hopefully not have to do one. That would always be the goal, but we also have to weigh those options with the direction the district wants to go in as far as programming and meet the needs of the community or the expectations. So we will continue to balance that off as we go. So now we have the Sub-House Bill 96. So with the Sub-House Bill 96, it initially brought in a 25% cap. Now it's bringing in a 30% cap. 30% cap is roughly, we always talked in the True Days Cash, that's roughly just a little bit less than 110 days. When it was at the 25%, that was about 90, which 90 was kind of an interesting concept when we was in Finance Committee, because that was the current floor for our policy. So depending on how this ends up shaking out, we would probably have to go back. We'll have to go and look at policies and adjust accordingly. One of the other implications with this is it includes the Budget Commission would be in charge of doing the reductions if you were above these floors or above this cap. So that's a new thing. This also, I believe, as of the last version that I'd seen, I think that's still the case, it swapped out the county prosecutor with the president of the county commissioners. So that is a new change to the Budget Commission, which is made up of the county treasurer, county auditor, and it was the county prosecutor. If this goes through as presented, it would be switched from prosecutor to the president of the county commissioners. So then again, what we're going to get into is long-term planning. We're going to, again, review policies. Something that I would recommend and I would like to put together for us for the May 6th work session is, we're all residents here, we all live here, we all believe in managing this to the best of our abilities and not over-collecting on any of our taxpayers. I think that's very important to all of us. I would like to be able to put together some planning that would go into the reserves that I believe that we are going to need. And the reason for this is because as we see long-term, we really want to minimize the swings in the revenue or expense. That's what's going to help us stabilize over the long term. It's what's going to help us to be able to have a much clearer projection for what the ask would be when the ask would come, and we'll be able to manage it from there. So things that are currently, we don't have the luxury right now of making purchases out of a lot of different funds. The 5-year forecast is general fund only. So because of this, we'll utilize some of the other funds to go ahead and responsibly, we'll make a plan, responsibly plan for reserves that we know for expenses that are coming, to then be able to reduce down what that year over year reserved amount might be. We've done that with our severance payment going into this year. We had put that with a 0.75% of wages. We know that's coming. This year's turned into a little bit of an anomaly with that, but we knew it was coming. We want to get that in so that we can have the money there just to meet the obligations of our contracts, and it'll give us a little bit of time to not be reactive. So I've put down a few different items that we would like to look in, or I would like to look into. I'd also like to see if anybody has anything that they would like to look into as well. This isn't looking at a wish list of let's try to throw away dollars. This is a wish list of how we can be more responsible to smooth out the peaks and valleys. We'll get more into this when we show what leaving a levy on, what it would look like in the next year, and it shows like that normal levy cycle swing of how much it comes up before it starts to come back down. And if we can smooth out some of these expenditures, I think that'll help stabilize that a lot. We'll also have to really review the policy to change what we've been so used to ever since I've been in schools, is 60 days as a benchmark, 30 days as a benchmark, 90 days as a benchmark. We have all these benchmarks. Well, this is going to change the benchmark game a little bit. This is going to change the timing. This is going to change the speed. Where it used to be a district our size, you might see 15 to 20 days cash movement year over year. This might smooth us down to about 5, which is a good thing. That makes it a lot more predictable. So that's what we'll be looking for. And with that, that's going to lead us into strategic planning. It's going to lead us to the goals, and then we'll make a plan for how we're going to get there, and we'll keep that very well documented so that everybody can see it, read it, understand what the goals are. You know, this shouldn't be a trying to hide anything by any means. You know, it is what it is, and if we don't have reasons for what we're doing, I don't believe we're doing them to begin with. So with that being said, any questions? A lot to unpack there.
For Mr. Zink, anyone want to start?
I have a quick question. Thank you very much. It's like a magic 8-ball. What's going to happen next? When some of these proposals in the budget patches on June 30th. Would these take effect for 25-26 or 26-27 school year?
There is a lot of conversation trying to get a stretch on that so that there can be planning. Everything that we're hearing at this moment is it would be a July 1.
Oh, my. And so when we're talking about the 30%, 25%, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you know me, the financial brain that I have, we're talking about the overpayment. If they feel like the 30% overpayment, they're going to give the taxpayers the money back. But the following year, if our expenditures go percentage over our budget, then they're going to take the money back from the homeowners?
This is where I talked about the beginning of we want to make sure that we have the reserves. We want to make sure that we smooth this out. And the reason for that is if you would flip to the back page there, just for illustration purposes, this is just a draft. If you look in the row for fiscal 25, if you look at the very bottom, you'll see the millage amount above or below 30%. And you can see in fiscal 25, that would be representative of 6.64. With a 6.64 mill swing, if this ended up being the gospel, there's a lot between here and there. But if that ended up being the truth, then what you could see is that when we came into the following year, that could result in an 8 mill increase, which now you've got escrow accounts, you've got, which, you know, yes, that is dollars. Let's get the coffers built, let's get the reserves. We had spent a lot of time over the last 12 years making sure that we balanced budgets year over year. In an effort to do that, it was great. We balanced the budgets. We drained a lot of these coffers that would be normal places where we would have reserve dollars to make sure a general fund was balanced. So this would be an opportunity to say, okay, let's look at options. Let's see what options we would like to have, see if they make sense as a team, and go from there.
And it's also interesting to note that the auditors across the state do not approve of this plan. They said it would be a nightmare.
And I believe that that has a lot to do with political. As far as you're talking about reductions and cuts and potentially people that have just passed levies that now get levies cut that was voted on by their communities, that,
Right.
that now it's up to 3 people to make these determinations or for the school to explain what's going on.
Yeah, and the 3 people, have to deal with how many different districts in the county, and yeah, thank you.
And another big point to make is this is about property tax relief. We were not a 20 mil floor district.
Right.
We did not see the giant upswing that a lot of the other districts did in the state. So this is kind of an unfortunate byproduct for Lakota, but it's going to just push us into a different way of making sure that we're planning accordingly.
I will say, just to tag on that, I know Nancy Nix, our Butler County auditor, has come out against it for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about. I think what I appreciate is that the way that we're operating as a district, our ability to actually make plans to react to this uncertainty given the timing of this, I really appreciate. So I'm really interested to see what you share on May 4th, and if there's any other ideas, please contribute. Also appreciate that you're reflecting the need or the fact that we'd be going outside of our policy in year 5 of the 5-year forecast. I think that's important to show, to highlight to our community and our stakeholders just where we're at. I just want to confirm I remember the last levy passed in 2013. So if I'm doing my math right, we would have collected that in fiscal year 2014. So that would have been 15-year levy life. Is that right? The number of years versus something that we designed
Yes.
for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah. So 3 times as long as it was originally estimated for. And I went back and looked at 2000s, and Lakota District was passing operating levies every 4 years to get us to where we are today. So again, I don't think that this is locked in stone. I know we do a really good job of adjusting year over year to see what comes in and what comes out, and especially with the uncertainty in the funding situation. I think whatever happens in 2029 will change dramatically, but I appreciate the fact that it's being reflected so we can have that reaction. And then also I think this is what we've talked about a lot as a board, is bringing everything together into one conversation. The facilities master plans is also indicative of the operational savings, which would offset a lot of what we're seeing in fiscal year 2029. So the urgency behind the master facilities plan is partly because of the facilities that we need to design the educational future for our students, but it's also to sync up with the funding so that we are the most efficient possible when we go to our taxpayers.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And as I know Dr. Whiteley's seen as we've worked through a lot of these this year, the way funds can have a positive or negative impact on our general fund. We do have other funds with our student fees or our athletics or student activities that, depending on how those, or even our cafeteria funds, depending on how those funds go, they could have a negative implication over onto the 5-year forecast, because general fund does have to support those as well.
So with looking at 90 days for school districts, have you done any research of other forms of government? Do our townships, do they have more than 90 days of cash balance on hand typically?
I have not got their, since this came out, I have not got their actual cash balances, but I did have their cash balances last year when we worked through the property tax update, that, what the impacts of that was. And the only one that had less days cash than us was Butler County. It's just, I believe I'd modeled one of them that if we had the same true days cash, because that's the only way you can kind of get relevant, or relative. But then again, they also spend things out of different funds. They generate dollars in different ways that go to different things. But if you just look general fund to general fund, we would have had to have a little over $1 billion worth of a balance in order to have been comparable. So, that was one of the things I said at our OASBO conference. I hope that, as a taxpayer here, and as we look through these, there's going to be people that I know that's going to not like us building reserves or think that that's an inappropriate thing. But as a taxpayer here, I don't believe in doing anything that we shouldn't be doing. I don't believe that we should be inappropriately spending anything. You know, we need to be doing resources with high value returns on our dollars, but don't discriminate. You know, if you're going to put this on everybody, I think or if you're going to put it on us, I think it should be everybody, because I would like to see my tax bill, you know, once we were responsibly able to meet the needs that the community expects, then I would like to pay less also.
Right. And how do you think this might impact our bond ratings as we get ready to potentially do a master facility plan and do a borrowing? Isn't that a component of how they rate us and what our interest rates will be?
Yes, we do know for certain that that is going to have a negative impact on the bond ratings, which could result as, like, if your credit score went down, could result in an increase to what our interest rate would be. So we do know that that's the case because unlike other entities in the state of Ohio, we have to go through the vote process in order to generate additional dollars, where some of the other entities do not have to do that. And so that gives them a little more flexibility within that bond rating. So that becomes a pretty interesting topic for us at this moment.
Will our bond counsel address that with us as to what that direct implication will be and what they anticipate?
Yes.
I mean, they probably don't even know because this is all new to be pushing this through.
Well,
but
and
they
it's
probably have an idea.
and it's hard to get. It's kind of like some of the information that we've put out in the facilities. It's kind of hard to get the actual factual what it's going to end up being, because you don't know that until you go out to sell the bonds. You know, until that day when the bonds sell, that's when you're going to lock that in. But they've definitely got some assumptions as to what that might do. You know, the state didn't do us any favors when they pushed the pension liability over to us. So another, not to go down in this rabbit hole, but another place where you would see districts with nice tax bases also have better ratings is if they have small staffs. And that's because then they don't have the same pension liability that a district like Lakota would, because we have so many staff. So even though we have a very nice tax base, but relative to the staffing we have, the pension liability is the reason we're a AA, not a AAA.
And is that going to potentially go up with the recent changes made by STRS, our pension liability?
The pension liability with STRS should go down slightly due to the lock of a lower rate.
Okay.
But time will tell.
All right. Any other questions for Adam? Thank you, and we look forward to the final presentation in the future.
Very exciting.
All right, with that, we'll move to board action items. We have the second read of our board policies. Do I have a motion for approving board policies as presented?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Just a reminder, again, as Dr. Whiteley said, on the cell phone policy, we are passing the cell phone policy as we wrote it and would like to see it, but we anticipate that that will be a change, but in case it's not, we wanted to still move forward, but just anticipate a change in that policy.
From the state?
Yes, the state legislated that.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think it's important that we have the policy that we've designed in partnership with our community on hand, given that I think there will be a strong reaction to any mandate that comes down from the state.
From the state.
And we would have this in backup if that should get rescinded or something down the line. We won't have to go through this in mid-year while we're trying to solve it. So,
Right.
Again, I'm really proud of all the work that everybody did on creating this policy, the engagement from the community. Thank you to the community who imparted into it. I think where we landed was a really good spot, balancing all of the different needs and interests. And so I'm so hopeful that this will be what people see in the fall, but if the state changes that, then we've got this as a backup if that should change in the future.
Just to piggyback on that, you know, one of the reasons that we kind of began with the end in mind was so that we could be very proactive in our communication. You know, the thought process was to approve this tonight so that literally starting this week, we could be proactive and spend the summer really communicating so that students and parents could enter the new year with a very clear understanding, as well as staff. It was a very clear understanding of this. With this delay with legislation, that communication, the earliest that we would see that go out to our stakeholders would be in June at the earliest. So again, not as proactive as we want it to be. So if someone is curious about that, that is why there's a delay in that communication and pushing forward. It's because we don't want to communicate and then have to retract and then push out again. So again, our proactiveness, while worthy note, is not going to happen as we anticipated. But again, as soon as we do have finality on that, regardless, either way, we will make sure to communicate so that everybody can start the year strong.
Great. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Zink, please call the roll.
Ms. Casper.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Mr. D.
Yes.
Ms. French.
Yes.
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes. We have treasurer's recommendations A through C, approval of board minutes, approval of monthly financial reports, and recertifying or certifying the, wait, is that the, oh, yes, no. Adopt the resolution accepting the amounts and taxes as determined by the Budget Commission. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, highlight on C, please.
Pardon?
Highlight on C. Oh,
Adam.
after we vote?
You want me to?
After we vote? Okay.
No, it's fine. The amounts and rates, this is something that's put out by the county auditor that's just saying what the rates are for tax year 23 so that they can approve those by the board.
Okay.
They're already set. It's just a formality. We've already collected on, so.
All right. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Zink, please call the roll.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Ms. French.
Yes.
Mr. D.
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes.
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes. We have superintendent's recommendations A through H. We have personnel, calendar, Ohio High School Athletic Association membership, some bids, the expedited local partnership program, declaration declaring transportation and practical field trips and donations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I'd like to draw your attention to several things. As Adam said, that's a list. First of all, just personnel items. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, very, very excited to be offering the position of the Liberty Early Childhood Principal position to Ms. Tanisha Smith. Super excited from her. She is coming from Mount Healthy. We actually have a staff meet and greet on Thursday at 4 at Liberty Early Childhood, so hopefully all can come and meet her as far as staff, and then we'll also have an opportunity later on for parents. Mr. Aaron Marshall is on the agenda for the Executive Director of Human Resources. He is coming from Three Rivers, kind of sitting in that position that also encompasses operations. Mr. Zink kind of referenced this as well. There are several retirements. Several is an understatement. Several retirements on the last few personnel agendas that you've seen. We will be celebrating our retirees, people who have given their careers not only to education but to Lakota local schools on May 12th at 5 o'clock. Invitations will be going out for tomorrow. But I draw attention to the retirements because we are essentially absorbing 3 years worth of retirements in 1 year. That is a heavy, heavy lift for any educational system, including our own. Right now, the line to connect with STRS is July. They will not even answer the phone to people who are inquiring. We are sitting, my last count of today with HR was around 70. We anticipate that that number could reach well over 100. So I say that because I think the next several months of hiring is going to be very, very interesting for districts because right now universities are not graduating the pipeline to support the numbers that we are going to need with 3 years of retirement. So while we certainly celebrate all of those, the openings and the hiring season, especially in HR, is a little bit more nerve-wracking, I think, than anticipated. And then last but not least, on personnel, as you know, our Assistant Superintendent, Stacy Maney, congratulations. She is not here this evening, but recognizing her accomplishment of being named the Superintendent of Miamisburg. So we will be seeing that process work forward in our district for the Assistant Superintendent, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, in the future. The other thing I wanted to draw your attention to was the 26-27 calendar. While it's up for approval, I think there are some worthy notes from our thought exchange and from our comments that were submitted. We had around 107 participants on that, just for scale of our district, 107 participants in that. I think the themes that you saw that we will continue to discuss and just kind of keep on the forefront are fall break. There is an interest for some people in our community around fall break. Now the question becomes, how long is that fall break? Is it 1 day, 2 day, a week? Where do you put it? All those good things. And then spring break. I think probably this is more of a outpour from this year's spring break, which is a little bit late, right? It was a little bit later than some other districts, and so I think there was some feedback about consistency. Would it be better to have a consistent time that spring break fell, like the last week of March or the first week of April? But again, I think those are some discussion points that we can continue in the future. Item E that you will see there, the approval of the expedited local partnership program that is required for us to do the master facilities. This was just when this one is expiring, so we need to put it on again as we do our work. And then the resolution declaring transportation impractical. When you see those words, it shouldn't raise concern. There's no due date for those, so those are kind of rolling. We do the brunt of those at the beginning of the year. I think we also saw that in December, so this is just kind of a catch-up for the end of the year. So nothing abnormal there, just kind of there is no rolling date, and so you see those periodically on our agendas.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
On D, we have the numbers. It doesn't make sense to me. The base.
So this is for the bid for our pavements, and so you have the base bid and the alternate bids, and so those are for the different pavings that you see. So one is a totality, and one is the different pieces that you might see in different projects.
Why the difference that much? I'm seeing.
Part.
One is part and one is whole. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because when you say the alternate bids makes it as if it's like.
I appreciate that Chris and facilities looked through the different options for some of those. A lot of those, the choices that they went with were like resealing tennis courts instead of repaving all new courts. Given that some of these schools and where we're looking at master facilities, I think that was a much more economic choice. So coming in at, total of $49,000, where some of those resurfaces were twice that on their own, I thought it was really good choices made in that.
Using the alternates is also a really nice tool for, well, you have people out there. What could you choose to throw on and not have to choose to throw on? So it's kind of, while you're in the bidding process, they'll put that on there. And then we can make the decision if we would like to go forward with that, while we got a little bit of an economy of scale with them being on site.
Any further questions, thoughts? And just again, one more thing on that, ELP, that is what allows us to, if we move forward with the facility plan, have the state share in our expenses, and so that we are not fully funding that locally, but there would be a state share, which we certainly will do everything we can to help save our local taxpayer money.
And that's currently at 32%.
Great. All right. Hearing no other questions, Mr. Zing, please call the roll.
Ms. French?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. D?
Yes.
Ms. Casper?
Yes.
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes. Move to closing comments. I will start with Mr. Adi.
All right. Very interesting to see that our students are out there, showcasing what they're learning in the classes. So tonight, I'm very proud to see our presenters from the students give me a lot of energy, positive energy to believe that they're out there outshining the world, and it's good that we're projecting Lakota in a very good place. I also want to welcome Mrs. Smith, who's coming to join us. That's interesting. We're having an addition. And beside that, I don't have much to share tonight.
All right. Mr. Horton?
Yeah, I think the end of the school year is special for everybody. I'm going to say it's a little bit more special for Julie and I this year. But this is the first time I've gone through it with a senior. And I was joking with Mr. McFarland last week that I felt like I was sleeping in the East Gymnasium between honors night and awards night and signing day on Thursday and NHS induction ceremony. Lots going on, but it was just really impressive to see the vast amount of achievement that is coming through our schools. I definitely see more on the east side than the west side, but if you look at our valedictorians, one is looking to become a neurogeneticist, another is looking to basically be a Master of Physics at Ohio State. They were all active in activities like track and HOSA, and they founded their own pre-med clubs. The vast amount of what this district offers is astounding. And then you look at the kids, and on Thursday morning, I saw, I would say half the baseball team maybe are playing on the next level from varsity, several basketball players, a wealth of lacrosse players. Our athletics are rich. We saw tonight how rich our arts program are in the district, and it just really is reaffirming when you see it as remembering taking Lily in as a kindergartner, Mrs. Montgomery, and Mrs. Montgomery knowing everyone's name at once, and then now we're graduating and to see Luke Huggins, who I'm so proud of. I happened to be his Cub Master back in the day. I can take no credit for anything he's achieved. But I will also say it's really special because Lily never had Mrs. Bug, but we're now at the age where all of her classmates who had Mrs. Bug are getting letters from Bugville. And I've brought up Mrs. Bug many times. My son Jack and Mrs. Bug. She is a testament to what our teachers do in this district, to have a retired teacher still writing to the students that she had in second grade as they reach graduation levels. I love to call it out, but I know it happens throughout our district with all of our teachers, and I cannot wait for the parade of graduates. It has been amazing to watch everyone up into this year, and so this year will be even better, so for me personally. So I'm just reveling in all of the great moments from senior year and looking forward to graduation here in about 2-3 weeks. So.
Yeah. Mrs. French?
That's a tough act to follow. Congratulations, Doug and Julie, on your graduates. That's super exciting. And while it does feel like you're living there, when it all ends, it's super emotional. So I'm looking forward to the end of the year and all of the activities that are coming up. There's just such a positive, happy aura around the end of the school year. And I feel like that is in part because all of these accomplishments are finally coming out to display. So they've been working on them all year, similar to what tonight's presentation shared. And they're all coming out kind of for the world to see. So I'm really excited for everything coming up. Graduation always, creates overwhelming feelings for me, and reminds me of when our two oldest graduated and how that feels being the parent sitting there, being so proud. So congratulations, and that's all I have tonight.
Great. Mrs.
Oh, me?
Gaspar.
Sorry. I'll be awake now. I don't really have much either, like Isaac. I love this time of the year. I love all of the end of the year festivities. I love graduation, even though I don't have children graduating, because it's just to sit up there and see all of those students out there and what they've accomplished, and when they give the scholarship numbers, and when they give the kids to stand up if they've been in any activity, and you see the majority of the class stand up and to hear the speeches. So I love graduation, but this is an exciting time of the year. There's a lot of teachers on that retirement list today that I have known for several years, and it's bittersweet. While I hate to see them go, I love the fact that they now get to have a second part of their life, whether it's being a grandma or a volunteer or something else. But it is bittersweet to see so many teachers that have been here so long over the years leave us, and it'll just be time to get the next generation of great Lakota teachers in here. So that's it.
Mr. Zane?
I wanted to note for everyone that I did put a notice out today. Listening session at the May 12th meeting will begin at 4:30, so don't set your alarms too late. Set your alarms a little earlier for that day. Shout out to Miss Manny for her new opportunity. Good for her. That's sad for us at Lakota. She's brought some really neat perspectives and new perspectives, but I'm sure she'll do wonderful at her new adventure. So other than that, happy birthday to Hudson. Today he turns 2.
I can't believe that.
There
That's crazy.
is some cake in the back if anyone wants some. Thanks to Monica for bringing them in so that I could see them tonight.
I am very much looking forward to my first Lakota graduations in this role. I've certainly experienced Lakota East as a teacher, and last year at this time, I might have snuck in the crowd and watched the Lakota West, but I anticipate that the vantage from the stage is just a little bit different, so very, very excited to participate in that. Next to graduation, probably one of my favorite things in a district is prom. You know I love my fashion and my sparkles and my heels. And so I was able to be at the beautiful Savannah Center on Saturday to see the Lakota West. Our students work really, really hard all year long, and so to see them just to have fun and to be able to, I mean, they were literally surrounded by candy, so how much better does it get? But this weekend on Saturday, again, I'm looking forward to Lakota East with Under the Sea. Again, I just think it's a wonderful opportunity to see our students not only look their greatest, but be on their best behavior and just have a good time with each other. But I had forgotten what it is like to walk through a throng of about 1,200 children who are hot and sweaty and dancing. That is an experience. But I also want to commend our SRO officers who were there, our administrators who were there. That is a very long and while wonderful event, very stressful. You want to make sure students are safe and that everything goes off without a hitch and without a glitch. And so again, just very, very appreciative to all the people that it took to pull that off, because I know that's a huge undertaking, and we get to do it again on Saturday, just on a different side of town. So super fun.
Yeah, I hosted some of those sweaty folks at my house after prom.
It was warm, particularly in the crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, where should we put our stuff? I'm thinking, where do I want that seat?
In the garage.
Anyway, but again, it struck me as I was hosting these students just how kind and polite and fortunate we are for the character of these kids and what they've accomplished, and they clean up really nicely, and you're used to seeing them out on the track or softball fields or so it always is fun. But I know for our administrators, it's like once that night's over, it's like, shoo, okay, I can breathe again. And I appreciate all that care they put into all the kids. I had the opportunity to stop by Mr. Abshir's health class. He invites us every year. And it was wonderful to see. This year that class is focused on 7th graders instead of 8, but I was blown away by the presentations. It changed it up a little bit, as our staff does every year, to kind of make things bigger and better, and I couldn't believe the presentation skills. They clearly worked on the eye contact, the interaction, the saying what they were going to do and then recapping what they had just told us about. So you can almost see all the things coming together from a curricular basis as they're doing that presentation as a great culminating event. And they were all so passionate about their topics, and really appreciate that we're invited to get to see and celebrate with our kids at the end of the year. We know before we get to graduation, we've got a lot of choir concerts, band concerts. If you haven't had an opportunity, strongly recommend that. Our performers and their skill that they bring is amazing, and it is better, I think, than many college performances out there. So do try to take advantage, look at the district calendar, and get out to as many of those as you can. We have a busy end of the season coming up, so lots to see. And with that, we will move to entering into executive session, my favorite, reading all the reasons. So if I could have a motion to enter into executive session, 1, to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official per Ohio Revised Code 121.22, or 2, to consider the purchase of property for public purposes because premature disclosure of information would give an unfair competitive or bargaining advantage to a person whose personal private interest is adverse to the general public interest, also per Ohio Revised Code 121.22. And then number 3, to review the details relative to the security arrangements and emergency response protocols because disclosure of the matters discussed would reasonably be expected to jeopardize the security of the Board of Education per Ohio Revised Code 121.22. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Zing, please call the roll.
Mr. D?
Yes.
Ms. French?
Yes.
Ms. Casper?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes. When we come out of executive session, we do not anticipate, we will not be taking any action. So thank you for coming this evening.
I figured I better grab water.
Everybody's gone, except the SRO.
Well, we can't adjourn without them.
Huh?
And we get to come back for facilities at 9. Those of us who are-
I know. See, I wanted to be, but I can't come.
Yeah.
But I'll be here on the 6th. I'm taking a whole day off, so. Oh, God.
My pink drinks now like clear.
All right, are we ready? Everybody's mics on? Adam, are you ready for us to go?
10:40, we're out.
All right, I'd like to pull us out of executive session. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, Adam, please call the roll. Ms. Present.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Ms. Gasper.
Yes.
Mr. D.
Yes.
Ms. French.
Yes.
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes.